Olá, sou Maeli Oliveira do Wikimania Brasil e falo aqui do Solar da Beira, que fica no Complexo do Ver-o-Peso, a maior feira livre da América Latina e um ícone da diversidade cultural do Pará, o segundo maior estado brasileiro. Muito se ouve falar sobre a Amazônia, mas pouco no mundo se conhece de fato como são as coisas aqui. Quais são as nossas paisagens, dinâmicas humanas, quais são os nossos cheiros e sabores típicos, enfim, as nossas tradições. Mesmo com todo o destaque internacional para temas da região amazônica, ainda faltam conteúdos sobre o estado do Pará nos projetos Wikimídia, o que afeta sua relevância no ecossistema do conhecimento livre. Isso quer dizer que toda a nossa riqueza ambiental, cultural e social ainda não está presente na internet livre. Por isso, o Wikiloves Pará é um projeto organizado pelo Wikimania Brasil para dar mais visibilidade para o estado amazônico e engajar a atuação de uma comunidade local nos projetos Wikimídia. E hoje vocês são nossos convidados para conhecer o que torna o Pará um lugar único no mundo através de um passeio pelo Ver-o-Peso. Bora? Seja muito bem-vindo ao Ver-o-Peso, um dos mercados públicos mais antigos do país e ainda eleito uma das maravilhas do estado do Pará e uma das 7 maravilhas do Brasil. Ponto turístico, cultural e econômico da capital do Pará, formado pelo Mercado de Ferro, pela Praça do Pescador, Doca das Embarcações, Pedra do Peixe e pela Feira Livre. A Feira Livre é crucial para as dinâmicas da comunidade local, pois abastece as cidades paraenses com vestuário, ervas medicinais e alimentos incluindo carne e peixe vindo das ilhas circunvizinhas da capital e dos municípios do interior, fornecidos por via fluvial. Um passeio pelo mercado do Ver-o-Peso é um banho de cultura e uma imersão nos saberes e conhecimentos locais da Amazônia paraense. A ala das herveiras é uma parada obrigatória para conhecer um modo de vida ligado à natureza em suas manifestações de cuidado e bem-estar, que você só vê aqui no Pará. As herveiras do Ver-o-Peso são vendedoras de fitoterápicos feito a partir do saber tradicional dos indígenas. Essas mulheres são um grupo dos mais emblemáticos do mercado, que ressalta o nosso patrimônio imaterial. O setor das ervas é sempre assim, muito movimentado, com aglomeração de turistas curiosos e de compradores assíduos em torno das herveiras. As cores vivas dentro das garrafas é o que mais chama atenção nesse setor. Segundo as herveiras, essas tonalidades são obtidas a partir da coloração natural das ervas e tem a intenção também de despertar esse efeito sensorial aos que delas se beneficiam. Outra coisa que não passa despercebida é o carisma das herveiras, que sempre se colocam à disposição para ajudar em qualquer situação. Seguindo nosso tour, seria impossível de deixar de passear pela Feira Livre do Ver-o-Peso, uma das maiores do mundo. Nessa ala é onde encontramos produtos amplamente conhecidos no Brasil e outros nem tanto. Vem comigo que eu te mostro. Fomos abençoados com uma rica biodiversidade local que nos faz andar pelos corredores da feira em uma experiência cheia de diferentes tipos de cores, cheiros e sabores. É no mercado também onde pessoas de diferentes classes sociais e culturas se encontram. Você já ouviu falar de cupuaçu, taperebá, muruci, castanha do Pará? Se tiver no Ver-o-Peso, não deixe de passar nas barraquinhas e experimentar de tudo um pouco. E não estamos esquecendo não. O nosso famoso açaí tem todo o nosso coração e tem um lugar especialmente só para ele. A Feira do Açaí. A Feira do Açaí faz parte do Complexo do Ver-o-Peso e fica bem às margens da Baía de Guajará, lugar estratégico, e vou já explicar. Isso porque a feira abastece via fluvial a cidade com o fruto in natura, retirado do açaizeiro, proveniente da agricultura das comunidades ribeirinhas que moram na área insular de Belém. A área é composta por 42 ilhas. Aqui o açaí é comercializado em paneiros, esses cestos típicos feitos artesanalmente com tala de palmeira, para o transporte do açaí. Parece um exagero, mas não tanto para um povo que toma literalmente muito açaí. E aqui o açaí faz parte das nossas refeições e não é um doce. Por isso não estranhe, é muito comum consumi-lo acompanhado de carnes, frutos do mar e peixe frito. Por isso mesmo, a nossa próxima parada é a ala dos restaurantes e lanchonetes. Nesse setor tem um ponto para uma das nossas mais conhecidas especialidades gastronômicas, o açaí com peixe frito. Uma delícia! O peixe frito com açaí é um alimento tão tradicional da cultura paraense que já foi eleito via votação popular como a receita que representa os 400 anos do município de Belém, capital do estado. E olha que também disputaram como concorrente outras iguarias da nossa culinária, como a caldeirada de filhote, a maniçoba, o tacacá e o pato no tucupi. Esses pratos realmente são considerados os melhores da gastronomia que tem encantado o mundo. E não acabou. O Wikiloves Pará segue até o final do ano de 2023 com diversas atividades que continuam difundindo, ampliando e melhorando significativamente a cobertura e visibilidade da cultura paraense no território digital. O patrimônio histórico e cultural do Pará constitui um dos mais ricos da região amazônica. Arte, culinária, música e outras manifestações culturais e práticas da vida social são transmitidas de geração a geração e são verdadeiras marcas registradas da identidade do povo paraense. A partir desse projeto, ativando comunidades em torno dos projetos Wikimania, queremos levar a cultura amazônica paraense tão diversa e única para todo mundo. É uma honra poder compartilhar um pouco disso aqui durante a Wikimania. Muito obrigada!
Hola, hola. ¿Sí? ¿Se escucha? Perfecto. Pues vamos a comenzar esta sesión. Pues sí, para, como decía mi mamá, lo que se tiene, si se va a despellejar, pues que se vaya despellejando, ¿no? Sí, ¿verdad? Pero podemos entrar. Bueno, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Sorry, because this session will be in Spanish, because we think that it's very valuable to have sessions in many other languages. Being honest, I'm some sad because my perception is that the global north persons are not really interested in the global south matters and projects. Usually I see sessions, empty sessions, when the topics are located in the global south. So I think this needs to change, but this time not. So I will talk in Spanish, sorry. Bueno, no sé si ya esté por ahí conectado Carlos Galahad. Ok. Pues bueno, esta sesión se llama Wikinoticias y su futuro en un mundo de desinformación. Tiene mucho que ver con el desarrollo de un proyecto que es pequeño en realidad, es un proyecto que no es muy popular. De hecho, sus cifras de uso lo han animado a que desaparezca varias veces, pero justo como que esta charla tiene el objetivo de darle una segunda vida, ¿no? Como utilizar lo que ya tenemos y no desecharlo, ¿no? Ayer veía en el canal de Wikipedia Weekly que había quejas sobre que tomaron el canal de Wikinews en inglés para hacerlo como colocar pornografía, y en los comentarios así como de ¿alguien conoce quién administra Wikinews en español, en inglés, perdón? Y así varios comentarios como de Wikinews es todavía algo, así como de todavía existe, ¿no? A ver, permítanme, creo que Carlos está intentando entrar. No, sorry, my colleague is without electric energy, so I will give the session. Okay, thank you. Bueno, un poco de contexto para entender el periodismo en el mundo es que estamos viviendo varias situaciones graves, urgentes, que se tienen que considerar para ver por qué, o sea, la pregunta es ¿por qué deberíamos salvar un proyecto como este? ¿No? Porque parecería como una necedad, ¿no? Como por qué trabajar un proyecto que no tiene mucha pegada o no tiene mucho éxito, ¿por qué insistir en él, ¿no? Bueno, pues porque el periodismo en el mundo está pasando por una crisis generalizada, por los fenómenos sociales que están viviendo muchas sociedades en el mundo. Y lo primero es que estamos viviendo una concentración de los medios en pocas manos. Cada vez más los poderes del mundo están absorbiendo los medios más pequeños o más importantes y están, digamos, colocándolos en una situación de compromiso, dado que también la concentración de medios en manos de gente rica, pues también implica que haya también un mayor control de las discursivas. Lo segundo es que hay una extinción financiera de agencias independientes. Esto es que aquellas agencias que han logrado sostenibilidad o financiera, pues están viviendo una crisis financiera, dado que no hay como las condiciones para que haya proyectos sustentables basados en periodismo independiente. Entonces, estas agencias o estos proyectos terminan siendo fagocitados o absorbidos por grandes capitales que terminan extinguiendo su independencia justamente o animando a su bancarrota, dado que reciben menos publicidad o reciben menos, menos fondos para poder subsistir. Lo segundo es que hay legislaciones y acciones en el mundo que van directo como un atentado hacia la libertad de expresión. Es decir, tenemos cada vez en el mundo más proyectos de ley, tenemos cada vez más discursivas públicas en contra de los medios tradicionales, ¿no? Hay una generalizada distinción de que los medios son algo negativo, de que la información tiene que provenir de los medios sociales, de las redes sociales, o por ejemplo, como es en el caso de los Estados Unidos, en que los medios tradicionales son sus enemigos del gobierno o enemigos del cambio, lo cual es muy peligroso considerando el derecho a la libertad de expresión. Eso se ve francamente pues una situación muy adversa. Y en países como el mío, pues los crímenes contra periodistas son algo de todos los días. Al menos en mi país, en México y en América Latina, pues hay asesinatos de periodistas todas las semanas. Es una situación muy, muy grave. En mi país este año van 26 periodistas asesinados, que pues se hace esta situación de matar al mensajero, ¿no? Como en lugar de pretendiendo matar la verdad, pues se matan a los mensajeros. Y bueno, una cifra que es realmente dramática es que incluso en sociedades que se consideran democráticas, incluso en sociedades que se consideran pues con un respeto a los derechos humanos, pues viven un clima de ataque hacia las personas periodistas. Se tienen registros y cálculos en Europa, en América Latina, en muchos entornos, de que el 75% de los periodistas han sido atacados alguna vez en línea. Esto es que o sea, si tenemos a 10 periodistas, 7 han sido atacados, difamados, han sido doxeados. Es decir, el clima de violencia hacia el periodismo es una cosa que se vive todos los días. Entonces, si tenemos este contexto, tenemos otra cosa más, que es muy valioso, y yo creo que es el núcleo de esta charla tiene mucho que ver con el potencial que tiene Wikinoticias como un aliado en la lucha contra la desinformación. En lo general hay un llamado internacional de parte de muchas entidades defensoras de la libertad de expresión para defender la independencia mediática, pero no solo. Si ustedes recuerdan, una de las luchas que se dio en la pandemia tuvo que ver mucho con este fenómeno que la Organización Mundial de la Salud llamó infodemia, justamente, ¿no? Este desarrollo de noticias falsas y de resistencias diversas a la promoción de la salud. Y llegó a ser tan grave que seguramente ustedes conocen a alguien que se resistió a vacunarse o que tomó algún remedio casero o peligroso para su salud derivado de las cadenas que le llegaron de WhatsApp. Es decir, las personas en este año de manera muy novedosa tomaron decisiones personales que podrían haber afectado su salud basado en cosas desinformativas, deliberadamente desinformativas. En el periodismo tradicional hay un consejo que se le da a las personas periodistas que se llama follow the money, ¿no? En lo general, follow the money es como el consejo para cuando quieres hacer periodismo investigativo, ¿no? Como de, claro, ¿quieres averiguar de dónde salió tal o cual cosa? Sigue la ruta del dinero, ¿no? Eso es así, ¿no? Como siempre, si quieres averiguar de dónde proviene tal discursiva o tal ataque o tal situación, pues lo único que tienes que hacer es jalar la hebra del financiamiento, ¿no? Entonces, pues la labor desinformativa es algo que es una realidad. De hecho, este llamado internacional urgente lo encabeza las Naciones Unidas y muchas otras agencias defensoras del derecho a la libertad de expresión, dado que no es una casualidad. Por eso hablamos de una labor desinformativa como una crisis, porque la desinformación no es algo casual, no es como, a veces cuando nosotros recibimos una cadena, pensamos que es como alguien así inocente en su casa redactando una broma, ¿no? Como que pensamos que esta cadena es alguien en su casa y no, en realidad hay cada vez más estudios independientes que hablan de la elaboración expresa de desinformación, porque justamente la desinformación es una industria que deja mucho dinero al año. Si ustedes revisan el caso de Facebook en 2016 con Cambridge Analytica, se van a dar cuenta de la escala de la manipulación en las elecciones de los Estados Unidos y la cantidad de dinero que se movió en ese momento. No es que sea algo casual, sino hay una industria desinformativa. Además, hay una cosa peligrosa, que es que la desinformación también es un vehículo de propagación de discursos de odio hacia ciertos sectores minoritarios, marginalizados, y también de respeto o de no respeto, de promoción de ataques contra los derechos de las personas. Casualmente, los fenómenos desinformativos siempre están relacionados a discursivas que no están, digamos, insertas dentro del respeto a las personas, sino siempre discursos de odio racial o discursos de odio hacia grupos marginalizados o minoritarios siempre están asociados en esta industria. Y bueno, pues hay afectaciones directas muy graves, muy considerables, a aspectos como la propia democracia. Sabemos que hay campañas desinformativas que están llevando a las personas a tomar decisiones francamente novedosas o que no se habían visto, como pues elegir a personas de ultraderecha con discursivas peligrosas. El medio ambiente ni se diga, pues también la lucha ambiental se ve comprometida por los discursos que pagan las propias empresas que destruyen el ambiente. Y no se diga la seguridad personal de grupos marginados. Hay ataques en el mundo que tenemos documentados, motivados a partir de desinformación y del uso de medios sociales para dirigir un odio específico contra las personas. Y ustedes me dirán, ¿qué tiene que ver eso con Wikinoticias? Bueno, pues la situación en lo general de los proyectos pequeños en español es algo triste, dado que, pues si no es Wikipedia o Wikimedia Commons, los afiliados y los grupos sociales no están muy interesados en trabajar los proyectos pequeños. Esta parte le tocaba a Carlos, pero pues no pudo conectarse. Hubo un apagón en Venezuela y ya no pudo estar acá. Entonces voy a saltarme este slide. Pero si vemos, tenemos una esperanza. Yo pensé que estos números iban a ser más chicos, pero pues sí hay 1 millón de vistas al mes en Wikinoticias. De hecho, crecieron bastante en los últimos 12 meses. Pero si ustedes ven a las personas que somos editoras activas del proyecto, pues somos 7 personas que estamos sosteniendo ahí como en resistencia, ¿no? Como resistiendo a morir. Y no es la excepción con otros, ¿no? Con Wikisite, con Wikiquote, con Wikilibros, pues somos 7, 10 personas, 20 personas, cuando las Wikipedias tienen como 1,500 personas activas, ¿saben? O sea, sí hay una disparidad muy grave en cuanto a la participación. Y yo, como lo comenté al inicio de la charla, no quisiera como decir, bueno, pues si no sirve, deséchenlo, como ha sido la postura de la Fundación Wikimedia varias veces, como de, esto no sirve, pues vamos a quitarlo, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque existe un espíritu comunitario de hace muchos años, ya de 2 décadas, en donde a veces es mejor pues construir y reconstruir antes que desechar, como la propia Wikipedia. Existen 2 recomendaciones que afectan directamente al desarrollo de los proyectos pequeños. El primero es la recomendación 1 de la estrategia, que habla de aumentar la sostenibilidad del movimiento. Y esto no solo es en recursos financieros, sino también en recursos humanos. Es decir, estamos tratando de invertir en llamar nuevas personas y nuevos perfiles que se vinculen a proyectos que no son los proyectos de siempre. Eso también habla mucho de la sostenibilidad, porque si no existen personas interesadas en el desarrollo de los proyectos, pues tampoco hay proyectos, ¿no? Los proyectos son de personas, no hay proyectos. Y el 8 tiene que ver con identificar temas para el impacto. El impacto es una cosa que no tenemos muy bien medida en el movimiento. Justo la Fundación lo está promoviendo a través de la sesión de fondos, en el que los capítulos y los afiliados reflexionen cómo están midiendo el impacto social que están teniendo. Y es algo muy nuevo lo que se está realizando, ¿no? Esto no es algo que se tenga desde hace muchos años. Entonces, en mi opinión, pues una manera de medir el impacto también tiene que ver con descentralizar las oportunidades sociales de colaboración que no sean Wikipedia, Wikidata y Commons, y pues también diversificar los perfiles de participación que tenemos actualmente en el movimiento. Sorprendentemente, Wikinoticias en ruso es un proyecto muy activo, pero demasiado activo, ¿no? Traté de buscar a varios de los colaboradores centrales de ese proyecto y no los pude contactar, no me contestaron, pero sí sería interesante hablarles porque sí, este proyecto es un proyecto vivo, ¿eh? O sea, tiene 75 colaboradores activos, eso quiere decir que están ahí al menos 3 veces al día editando. Es algo que me hace muy feliz, que Wikinoticias en ruso esté muy vivo, pero eso lo traigo solamente a colación porque quiere decir que sí se puede. O sea, de que existe, si se puede, es así. ¿Cuál es el potencial de Wikinoticias como una herramienta también, además de ser un proyecto Wikimedia nada más? Bueno, lo primero es que a mí me ha servido mucho Wikinoticias para hacer una pedagogía de medios. ¿A qué se refiere la pedagogía de medios? Es decir, todos los aprendizajes que ahora están siendo un tema emergente en las universidades para enseñarle a las personas cómo funcionan los medios de comunicación y cómo pueden detectar desinformación, noticias falsas, discursivas. Es algo que es muy novedoso, que se están impartiendo cursos incluso en algunos países a nivel de preparatoria, pero creo que Wikinoticias lo que hace es que te muestra mucho el proyecto de manera muy transparente y las reglas de cómo escribir una noticia. Entonces, si tú te vuelves una persona colaboradora de Wikinoticias, indirectamente aprendes sobre cómo funcionan los medios de comunicación. Lo segundo es que es un espacio de aprendizaje para personas novatas. A mí me tocó mucho que he sido mentor de personas en Wikinoticias, así como incluso cómo funciona una redacción convencional. O sea, yo me he colocado como el editor, aunque no existe esa figura en el proyecto, pero varias veces me he colocado como el editor del proyecto, como para sugerir temas que escriban otras, o también formalmente formar periodistas. Me dio mucho gusto que una de las personas que formé es un chico, que ya no es un chico ahora, pero él empezó a los 15 años en Costa Rica, Luis Manuel Madrigal. Y pues él ahora es un periodista profesional, o sea, él trabaja, ya tiene 10 años trabajando como periodista en los medios de comunicación, pero él comenzó a escribir en Wikinoticias en español, ahí aprendió a redactar una nota, a cabecear una nota, a buscar coberturas, a hacer entrevistas. De hecho, varias veces se acreditó usando una acreditación como casera de Wikinoticias, porque es otra cosa, o sea, nadie te acredita como reportero de Wikinoticias, entonces, pues, ¿cómo entras, no? ¿Cómo entras a un evento o cómo pides una entrevista, no? El cuarto es que también pues, puedes dar una asesoría remota, es decir, no necesitas estar en el mismo lugar. Esto de colaborar en Zoom y en llamadas, nosotros ya lo hacíamos desde hace 20 años, ¿no? Siempre hemos trabajado en línea desde hace 20 años. Y bueno, pues es una colaboración descentralizada que no depende de tener una redacción física, por ejemplo. Bueno, además de la lucha contra la desinformación, hay una necesidad urgente de pedagogizar los medios. Una de las cosas que sea positivas de los medios sociales actualmente es que sí hay muchas personas a la buena o a la mala, pues hablando de cómo son los medios, de dónde viene el dinero de los medios, discutir cómo son las discursivas. Creo que la discusión social alrededor de los fenómenos mediáticos y de los medios alternativos también ha motivado mucho la discusión detrás de quién paga a las personas que informan, cuáles son las condiciones de trabajo. Yo he visto en muchos países de América Latina discusiones detrás de pues, las condiciones laborales de las personas periodistas, los derechos laborales que no tienen, las condiciones tan precarias en las que trabajan. Y eso también tiene mucho que ver con que hay una necesidad urgente de pedagogizar a los propios medios sobre cómo funcionan los proyectos Wikimedia. Me parece que, no sé si fue en España o en Colombia, no sé, donde hubo una sesión con periodistas. No me acuerdo qué capítulo realizó como una sesión con periodistas, así como decir, güey, regálame media hora para que te explique cómo funciona Wikipedia, para que dejes de sacar noticias como de otra vez Wikipedia lo volvió a hacer, ¿no? O sea, como también promover el intercambio mutuo de conocimientos, con informar a las personas que se dedican a escribir noticias todos los días cómo funciona Wikipedia y cómo funcionan los proyectos, ¿no? Bueno, hay una oportunidad permanente en el periodismo ciudadano. Creo que justo el citizen journalism, que era como una cosa muy explosiva en los 2010, pues ahora ha ido perdiendo tracción frente a otros fenómenos más sencillos de ocupar como TikTok o como Reels de Instagram, en donde las personas están haciendo una labor informativa indirecta hacia más personas solo con poner su cámara e informar cosas. Ya no se necesita como sentarte a redactar una noticia, sino informas de una manera más directa y mucho menos sofisticada, lo cual está bastante bien. Y bueno, ¿qué hace diferente a Wikinoticias en los proyectos Wikimedia? Pues me parece que hay algunas reglas particulares que se han adoptado en otras Wikipedias. Por ejemplo, esta cosa que existe ahora en Wikipedia en inglés de que es aprobar primero un artículo nuevo, colocarlo como en una lista de espera para que más personas lo revisen, eso lo llevamos haciendo en Wikinoticias desde siempre. O sea, tú no puedes publicar directamente si no hay una persona revisora de la noticia que estás publicando. Bueno, pues ya para finalizar, porque me queda poco tiempo, hay un potencial de Wikinoticias como una herramienta pedagógica para las personas afiliadas a los capítulos y a los afiliados en los países. Yo los invito a motivar a generar oportunidades con aliados sociales como facultades de comunicación, como estudiantes de comunicación, como proyectos informativos que se puedan interesar en hacer sus prácticas profesionales escribiendo noticias reales que van a ser leídas por alguien. No sé, se me ocurría hacer noticiatones, ¿no? Por ejemplo, ¿qué tal que un editatón, pues en lugar de ser de artículos, sea de noticias? Justo la semana pasada hicimos un editatón de Wikiviajes y fue mucho más sencillo, la verdad. Fue mucho más leve, como más divertido, porque en realidad las personas pues hacían como mucho más con menos reglas y nos fue bastante bien. Entonces creo que también por ahí hacer noticiatons es una cosa interesante. También podemos hacer coberturas específicas, que es algo que hace muy bien España. Me parece que España tiene muchos eventos acreditados, ¿no? En donde entran ustedes a tomar fotografías. Ahí me encantaría si quieren tomar el micrófono y comentar cómo lo hacen. A mí me interesaría mucho saberlo. Porque sí, justo Wikinoticias tiene el potencial de ser algo acreditado en eventos en que podemos entrar a cubrir cosas, conferencias de prensa, conciertos, eventos sociales, con una acreditación abierta de Wikinoticias. Quizá también la fundación puede colaborar en eso. Sí, ya acá está el micro, Pedro, si quieres colaborar. Sí.
Bueno, la verdad que desde la propia asociación se requiere la acreditación. La verdad que la acreditación a veces cuesta trabajo al principio porque primero tienes que hacer pedagogía de lo que es Wikimedia, lo que es el problema que tenemos en muchos sitios. Y bueno, una vez que ya van conociéndote, aceptan un poquito más y ya es más fácil seguir obteniendo acreditaciones. Incluso puedes presentar ya el historial. Nosotros hemos estado acreditados, por ejemplo, en los premios Goya de cinematografía, con lo cual, bueno, hemos ido ya 3 fotógrafos. Yo he ido en las 3 últimas ediciones, básicamente porque han sido todas en el sur de España, que es donde vivo yo. Cuando es en otras plazas van a otras personas. La verdad que es bastante interesante. También, cuando quiera me corta, Iván, de verdad. También los compañeros fotógrafos se quedan un poco primero sorprendidos de cómo que fotografías para Wikimedia. Bueno, de hecho en el cartel no suelen poner Wikipedia, ¿no? En el cartel de medio. ¿Cómo que fotografías para Wikimedia? Entonces hay que hacer también esa misma pedagogía. Pero bueno, la verdad que yo animo a los diversos grupos o capítulos que lo intenten porque se enriquece bastante Wikidata y Commons con estas fotografías.
Claro. Sí, exactamente. O sea, muchas gracias, Pedro, por la colaboración. Justo sí, se dan cuenta la oportunidad de colaboración es grande, ¿no? O sea, se enriquecen otros proyectos y también se enriquece como la posibilidad, o sea, yo veo que muchos afiliados se ven frecuentemente con problemas de qué hago ahora, ¿no? O sea, otro ditatón, o sea, como que todos nos estamos como copiando las actividades y pues también podemos comenzar a generar como hubs de ideas como para hacerlo un poco diferente, ¿no? Para no seguir haciendo ditatones al por mayor, ¿no? Que también eso, bueno, es algo muy social, o sea, la gente quiere seguir teniendo ditatones, no los piden, pues, ¿no? No es como que una lo quiera seguir haciendo. Bueno, pues la pregunta abierta y la reflexión final de esto es cómo Wikinoticias podría vincular a periodistas e informadores a ser voluntarias, ¿no? O sea, ¿tendríamos a personas interesadas en integrarse a esto? Puede ser que sí, hay que intentarlo, es una invitación abierta. Y bueno, pues cedemos ahora el micrófono a quien quiera. Si alguien tiene una pregunta o algún comentario, es el momento de hacerlo. Si alguien quiere. ¿Sí? Pásenle el micrófono.
Iván, pues primero felicitarte porque pues sí es un proyecto que luce bastante interesante, muy atractivo para, pues yo creo que para muchísima gente que bueno, hemos hablado mucho de lo difícil que es que la gente fuera de Wikimedia se entere de todos los proyectos que existen, ¿no? Y ahora que tú mencionas pues yo me quedé así, no lo conocía. Y mi pregunta más bien va en el sentido de si existe alguna especie de cuadernillo o material que pueda servir de introducción a Wikinoticias, pues para difundir con el resto del mundo.
No existe ese material, en realidad, pero sería buena idea hacerlo, ¿no? O sea, como que por ahí podríamos trabajar en lograrlo, ¿no? Como convertir algunas de las cosas que hemos visto acá y hacer algo piloto para poder tener esa colaboración. Sí, pero muchas gracias. Gracias por estar acá.
Hola. Oye, Iván, justo hablabas como de la situación de los periodistas en el mundo y sobre todo en México, ¿no? Como una situación grave de violencia política, de violencia económica además y de muertes. ¿Cómo podríamos hacer una estrategia integral? Porque claro, para ser voluntario tienes que tener tiempo, pues un sueldo que te mantenga y te permita tener un hobby, o sea, es algo mucho más integral. O sea, ¿cómo hacemos algo para que justo haya personas, periodistas voluntarias especializadas que puedan dedicarse a esto? O sea, ¿cómo podría apoyar la fundación a crear un grupo de periodistas que pueda seguir aportando, como teniendo, no sé, ciertos talleres de fortalecimiento, de seguridad digital? O sea, como si se te ocurren ideas por ahí para integrar a más personas como voluntarias, sobre todo especializadas en periodismo.
Sí, yo creo que, gracias, Clau, el otorgamiento de apoyos económicos es vital. Por ahí les animaría a leer la documentación y los materiales que produjo un medio mexicano que se llama Lado B. Ellos trabajaron un proyecto, es un medio de Puebla que ha subsistido a los ataques gubernamentales, a campañas de difamación, a la propia financiación del proyecto. La verdad es que les mandamos un saludo a Ernesto y, ¿cómo se llama? May, sí, ¿no? Bueno, las personas líderes de ese proyecto. No me acuerdo. Sí, sí. Ellos lo que hicieron fue solicitar un grant de la fundación y lo utilizaron para hacer como justo materiales de información a personas periodistas. Entonces, como que yo siento que la fundación sí debería estar más interesada en fondear este tipo de iniciativas. Y también lo digo como una crítica porque el proyecto del lado B tenía la idea de continuar y la fundación le cortó, así cuando ya estaba funcionando, le cortó el financiamiento, ¿no? Entonces, pues como que también eso es un llamado de atención a que está muy bueno Wikipedia, está muy bueno Commons, pero pues pocas veces se ven proyectos o fondeos a otros proyectos chicos para que dejen de ser chicos, justamente, ¿no? O sea, yo creo que mm, siempre tenemos la idea de los proyectos hermanos o los proyectos más pequeños, pero pues nunca van a dejar de serlo si no invertimos de manera decidida y total desde los recursos que tenemos y que pues insistiré en todos los foros que esté y que tenga el micrófono lo tenga. Recordemos que los fondos no son de la Fundación Wikimedia, sino los fondos son de la comunidad administrados por la Fundación Wikimedia, o sea, eso le pertenecen a todas las personas. Entonces, pues también sería muy oportuno el contar con mayores apoyos económicos en cuanto al desarrollo de proyectos como el del lado B. A mí me parece el del lado B un punto de partida muy adecuado en cómo se puede hacer, porque sí, la verdad, la situación de precarización del periodismo en América Latina es una realidad. Sí.
Hola Iván, bueno, justo a propósito de Wikinoticias, de los proyectos pequeños, pues también hay muchos rumores, ¿no? Entonces, no, se van a acabar, van a terminar, no van a continuar, son proyectos que no tienen mucha atención y pensando en eso, en la construcción de propuestas, pues pensamos en cómo alimentar, pero luego te encuentras con estas discusiones de, no, teóricamente no son sostenibles los proyectos justamente porque no están generando la misma participación que Wikipedia. Entonces, en ese orden de ideas, quisiera preguntarte cuál es tu perspectiva de los proyectos. Si crees que vale la pena, por ejemplo, empezar a hacer todo este movimiento, activación en torno a los proyectos más pequeños y también cómo podemos deconstruirlos desde donde estamos, ¿no? Desde los lugares en donde estamos. Eso.
Eso, gracias Moni. Yo creo que las personas afiliadas al movimiento, quienes estamos en capítulos y afiliados, no debemos dejar de insistir en mediciones de impacto diferentes a los que estamos acostumbrados. Porque para mí, mi pregunta a eso sería, ¿qué significa impactante y qué significa participación en un contexto determinado? Si tenemos la vara en que en Estados Unidos hay un Instituto Smithsoniano que te dona 500,000 de imágenes y en América Latina yo estoy peleando porque me donen 20, si vemos una visión utilitarista te diría que mi proyecto no importa, pero probablemente mi proyecto sea mucho más impactante en mi contexto, ¿no? Entonces yo pienso que no debemos dejar de insistir en que las mediciones de impacto sean diferentes para cada contexto, porque el caso, por ejemplo, de Luis Manuel, y me sobran 10 segundos, es muy, muy significativo. O sea, si por tener un proyecto pequeño y no impactante le dimos a la sociedad un periodista, pues a mí me parece una noticia súper de impacto. Entonces, ahí está. Yo insistiría, la respuesta sería esa, como que siempre tengamos en mente que lo que parece pequeño o lo que parece no relevante en un contexto, en otro es una gran victoria, ¿no? O sea, en el sur global siempre estamos colectando historias de impacto que no son numéricamente pues, muy grandes, pero sí son socialmente impactantes y que marcan un antes y un después a veces en el desarrollo de los proyectos Wikimedia. Muchas gracias. Y muchas gracias. Estamos por acá.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sherry Antwine. I'm the director of AfroCrowd, and some of you may also know me from Wikimedians of the Caribbean. Today, we're going to be doing a short presentation on the work of AfroCrowd in the diaspora. Today, you're going to be hearing from a few groups within AfroCrowd that help us represent not only the diaspora's connection to the greater world, but also the importance of it. You're going to be hearing from me, of course, Mermoz Adodo from Wikimedia Benin, who's an AfroCrowd liaison, Linda Fletcher, who's the wiki coach at AfroCrowd Associated Wiki Club Alkeibellon, Carmen Collymore, who's an AfroCrowder, who is also a part of Wiki Alkeibellon. In short, AfroCrowd is an initiative to champion and increase awareness of the African diaspora on Wikipedia. You can read through the long version. We've been around since 2015, and we've been working throughout, since almost the beginning. We've been working throughout the year to hold events, whether it's training, talks, whether it's reaching out through different organizations. We've worked with groups like the United Nations. We've worked with grassroots groups. We've worked in GLAM. We've worked with a lot of schools and students and professors. We started out in a library in Brooklyn, New York, and then a few short years later, we have expanded throughout the United States, the Caribbean, and now have partners all over the world, including in Africa. You can read through some of our successes. We've enjoyed the ability to connect with a lot of organizations, but the banner for us and our main goal and our main central point is to amplify the diaspora and amplify representation. When Alice Backer, who founded AfroCrowd, started it in 2015, it was because she looked into Wiki and didn't see herself, which is not unusual for a lot of Black women. But here was an opportunity to do something about it. So when I joined her a few months later, and obviously I'm still here, we worked tirelessly to find ways, lots of different ways, whether it's a translate-a-thon, which focuses on translating articles on Wikipedia, or whether it's trying different modes of connection, both online, in person, and elsewhere, and so many other ways. We enjoy experimentation and finding ways to reach the people that we are working with. We've also worked with many different kinds of groups who share our mission. And here's a little bit more on some of our accomplishments. All right, now I want to talk a little bit directly about our outreach and partnerships. Like I mentioned before, the diaspora is extremely important to our mission. Diaspora meaning those, in our case, those living outside of African continent, whether it be the most recent from the transatlantic slave trade, some of y'all can Wikipedia that later, or those more generationally connected to the diaspora within a few generations, for example, Africans in the diaspora and so forth. Diaspora you can find all over the world. How many of you here are part of a diaspora? Meaning that you have heritage and roots to a place where you do not live or reside currently. Oh, fantastic. So when you think of diaspora, you think of a connection that goes beyond place, but rather is deep into our blood, into our roots, and our identity for ourselves. And that is another reason why it empowers the work of AfroCrowd, because that connection is what builds interest in an area where less than 10% of participants on Wikipedia are people of African descent. And here you can see some of the groups that we've worked with. And I'm just going to move on. But I want to highlight the group at the bottom left and the groups at the top. As you see, we pull from folks who are willing to work with us from many different backgrounds, cultures. And also, we've had a presence in Africa. The folks down here are from Mali, and you can see students and librarians in different slides. I just want to quickly glaze over this case study. We believe in connection. We have created connections, for example, almost since the beginning. We make it a point to get to know folks and experts within the Wiki community. And in this case, we connected folks in the diaspora and allies at Oregon State University, as well as librarians and partners in Nigeria. And of course, AfroCrowd, our community, which is a fairly diverse community in general, online. Now, we hold several different kinds of events. And I want to mention that these events are never limited to what we come up with. We're always, we attempt to always be flexible to what our partners desire, as well as what our mission is. As long as it matches our mission, we work with the partner and their aims as well. For example, if you take a look at the bottom right, you'll see partners at a school, a college in New York City that focuses on languages of the African diaspora. Now, for us, this professor, she wanted to highlight how you can use Wikipedia in the classroom to talk more, to participate more in our knowledge of languages. And this class focused on African diaspora languages, and the students work to create articles in this, as well as different forms of wiki contributions. If you take a look at the top left, you'll see students, African students of the diaspora at MIT. We had the opportunity to connect with the African Student Union at MIT, and they also, their connection is a different kind of connection than sometimes you think of when you think of the diaspora, because they are Africans within the diaspora, although their homes, after they're done with school, are mostly going to be their home countries. And finally, at the bottom, you'll see some of the ways that we've connected during the pandemic and beyond. We've invested wholeheartedly into the hybrid system and finding ways to connect online no matter what. And I'll touch on that later as well. One more thing I wanted to mention that's really connected to the diaspora is if you took a look at the top, you'll see a woman in yellow. Now, the story with her is she is an Afro-Crowder who happened to be going to Ghana during the Year of Return. The Year of Return, which is in 2019, reflects the memory of the start of the slave trade in North America. Now, she, on her own dime, with a little support from us for food and transportation, was able to go down and connect with our friends at Open Foundation West Africa in Ghana. And there we had the event remotely. And I just want to quickly touch on the bottom picture where you see right next to the Wikipedia globe. That's an event that we held in Puerto Rico. We also had a Wikipedian friend who's going to be in Puerto Rico, and we worked with him as well as our connections and partners in Puerto Rico to hold an event in that diaspora there. So you see there's just so many ways to connect. I want to touch on this briefly. Our Connection Diaspora also goes in the form of the sources that we read. We were part of a program that a partner and I began to focus on ensuring that regions within diaspora are not forgotten. For example, diasporans in the Caribbean, in small towns, and also in cities where for example, the information is held within community mostly. All right. These are just some of the other items that we do. I want to make sure that you understand that AfroCrowd is a small initiative. We began, like I said, with one person, expanded to 2 people, and then we depend on our partners and works within our partnership and our ability to reach out. We've also connected, obviously, with way more people than that since our beginning days. But it began as a meetup, a small meetup, and an idea of a Wikipedian who wanted to make a difference, who, by the way, is part of the Haitian diaspora as well, and I am also part of the Caribbean diaspora. Since then, people have come to our events and have stayed and invested time and effort into AfroCrowd and what it's becoming. And one of those people is a woman by the name of Linda Fletcher. We've also reached out and connected with partners within the continent to continue to connect through with us as liaisons in their community. And we have one such person here today by the name of Mose Adodo. So without further ado, I want you to listen to their story and why they connected with AfroCrowd to extend the arms of what we can do within the world, and especially in our connection and our connective tissue with diasporans, as well as those wanting in general to participate in the phenomenon of Wikipedia and Wikimedia. Please, Mose. Please give him a round of applause. One moment as we switch slides. I should mention that some of this is going to be in French. So if you are with us on Eventier, there should be translation available for you. And I'm going to do my best to translate some of what Mose is saying.
Please.
What?
F5.
Oh, wait. Tu peux continuer juste à parler? OK.
Bonjour à tous, on m'appelle Mose Adodo et membre fondateur de Wikimedia Bénin. Et donc, depuis le moment où nous avons commencé par travailler avec Chéri AfroCrowd, et l'objectif c'est de connecter AfroCrowd avec toute l'Afrique et sa diaspora. Parce que nous avons remarqué que l'Afrique, il y a un gap informationnel au niveau de l'Afrique et qu'il est très important que nous-mêmes puissions travailler à le combler. C'est dans ce cadre-là que nous avons commencé par travailler à faire une connexion avec AfroCrowd et plusieurs personnes, plusieurs pays se sont joints à nous. Et donc, lorsque vous voyez par exemple le potentiel de l'Afrique, c'est qu'il y a plus de 300 millions d'internautes au niveau de l'Afrique, 300 millions. Mais qu'est-ce que nous faisons de ces internautes-là? Qu'est-ce que nous faisons de la connexion? C'est que les gens partagent juste l'information. Alors, nous sommes en train de travailler à ce que les gens puissent utiliser l'Internet grâce à AfroCrowd pour partager l'information, pour partager et pour combler ce fossé informationnel là sur l'Afrique. Parce que nous avons remarqué que quand on présente l'Afrique, c'est surtout la faim, les guerres et tout ça dont nous voulons partir de là pour pouvoir combler le fossé informationnel.
Okay, for over 300, how was it? 300 millions?
Oui, 300 millions d'habitants.
For Africans, it's important to be a part of the telling of their own story. And
Use this for your translator.
sure. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un ici qui peut parler en français meilleur que moi? Oui, non? Non? Ah oui, tu traduis en anglais?
Mon anglais n'est pas bon,
Mais s'il vous plaît, continuez vite, merci. Okay, well, please continue in French and I will do my best.
Et donc, l'objectif pour nous, c'est de travailler à ce que nous puissions augmenter le nombre de contributeurs. Vous voyez, il y aura beaucoup plus de contributeurs qui écrivent sur l'Afrique et sa diaspora.
There's
Faire le
many-
transfert, oui,
there are
faire
many
le transfert de
Africans
compétences.
there are many Africans who have contributed, both in Africa and the diaspora.
OK. Faire le transfert de compétences, c'est-à-dire échanger ce que Chérie, elle a comme connaissance, elle partage avec nous. Si c'est le Togo partage avec nous. Si c'est le Caraïbes partage avec nous. Et nous allons faire un échange de culture et de connaissances.
By participating with the AfroCrowd, as well as bringing in folks from places like Togo and elsewhere, we've been able to exchange knowledge, exchange experience and culture.
Nous voulons aussi travailler à démystifier la contribution à l'Afrique et à la contribution à Wikipédia, parce qu'il y a certains qui pensent que contribuer à Wikipédia, il faut aller à l'école, il faut avoir une compétence. Nous allons démystifier ça pour que tout le monde puisse y contribuer. Si c'est Wikipédia qui plaît les gens, alors les gens peuvent contribuer. Si c'est une photo qui plaît les gens peuvent. Si c'est Wikisource qui plaît les gens, donc c'est comme ça que nous voulons travailler avec AfroCrowd.
Encore. I'm going to just read from there. We're going to make we exchange skills and editors with editors that exist. We create articles and update articles in Wikipedia on Africa and people of African descent, and we create more visibility for the projects in Africa and their diaspora, and participate with other people and organizations with the same ideas and experiences that expand horizons. And that's some of the reasons why we work with AfroCrowd.
Donc, joignez-vous à nous, quel que soit le projet que vous avez, si c'est un concours photographique, si c'est les bibliothèques, si c'est un concours lié à la biodiversité, vous pouvez joindre à nous. Nous allons pouvoir travailler ensemble, que ce soit au Togo, que ce soit à Madagascar, que ce soit en Guinée, que ce soit les Caraïbes, que ce soit n'importe où, vous pouvez vous joindre à nous.
We've participated with places like Togo, Madagascar, which other places?
Bénin.
Of course, Benin, Burkina Faso, and more.
Faso, Guinée,
with different
Maurice,
projects within.
Et tout ça.
Yes.
Voilà.
Sorry, just don't mean to interrupt, but we need to stick to time, and I know there's translation, which takes double time, so just keep in mind we do have to stick to time.
So I think you get the idea that we have quite a good connection that's building within the group. If you see in here, this comes from one of the photo walks that we've done with Wiki Benin and AfroCrowd, as well as with other folks who participated, and the kind of contributions that this kind of partnership creates for those hoping to maintain a connection with Africa, as well as increased knowledge and competencies, can't be understated. Thank you very much, Memos, for your dedication.
Merci beaucoup.
atmosphere. You know, I was trying to post this link to the virtual chat room too, and I don't actually see that the video is running there. Maybe it is, I'm just not smart enough to be able to turn it on. This is room 324, right? Maybe nobody's watching virtually anyway.
We're in room 324. We are live streaming on Eventye now. The session had initially indicated it didn't want live stream or recording, but I believe they do. So we're pushing it live to Eventye, and you will have people live on Eventye for the rest of your session.
Okay, no big deal. Yeah, I may be confused about all the other sessions that I've been to that had various modes going on. So Shannon, how long do you think we should give people to do this voting process?
Maybe a couple more minutes. Maybe 1 more minute.
All right. And then would it make sense for me to stop sharing my screen? Did you want to show anything from Paulus directly, Shannon?
There will be, if you click the link and scroll down there, you'll be able to see opinion groups.
Okay.
And in fact, everyone can see them on their own screens too.
Okay. I'll just do that now. I can get the Zoom toolbar out of the way. Ooh. I see some weird shapes in the opinion groups there.
So what's interesting here is they're grouping people based on the agree, disagree, and seeing if there are selections of people that agree similarly or disagree similarly. So we're watching these little shapes form and move because we don't have a huge sample size of folks. So each person's vote will drastically change the size and shape of the little forms.
So it looks like we've got about 20 people-ish voting. Is that right? 22 people?
Yeah, that's right.
Oops, I clicked on a button now. Going back to the start. Okay. Do people in the room give me a thumbs up if you feel like you're finished voting? There's many hands up now. Why don't we call that good? So if we click this majority opinion button, would we see if one concern rose above all the others? Shannon?
So if you scroll a little bit down on the screen, you'll be able to see some insights. So click majority opinion or click a particular group. You'll see here, for example, for question number 17, where we see that 75% of the people in group A who voted on this statement disagreed. So group A,
they're not of the same mind about this one.
it means that more people in group A are in this disagreeing camp.
Oh, got it.
And then group B, you can see that almost 100% or 90% of the people agreed on these different statements. The grouping here also, I think, will be interesting because a lot of times concerns are shared, even if it's different rates of being shared. So For some of these questions, it might even be better for just a top-down vote. So maybe actually if, Nate, I could share the reporting statistics.
Sure. Should I stop my share?
Yes.
Okay.
One moment. So I'm looking at if you can see my
Yep.
screen here, we have our overview. We have 26 people who voted, 250 votes cast. We can see if we look at, for example, here's what most people agreed with. So 60% or more of all participants voted in a particular way. So for example, we have AI companies benefit from people's data and work without meaningful compensation from the user. About 75% of the people agreed. And then you see these different groupings of folks. So it seems like folks in group A, which is this 4 people, are more likely to disagree. And you see they also disagree with, say, AI can exacerbate existing disparities with greater marginalization of vulnerable populations. But it seems like here, for example, AI makes it easier to create disinformation at scale is agreed upon by 100% of the participants of this poll, which is quite interesting. Similarly,
me?
verification of accuracy. Oh, yes.
Could you just zoom in a little bit? Because in the room, we can't really see anything that's on that side. That's perfect. Thank you. Yeah,
Oh, I'm
the way
sorry.
you just had it. That'd be great.
Is that better? No.
That's great.
Probably as big as you can make it. And still get it all on screen.
Okay. I don't know if this is better for folks. Maybe I can actually just look at these, this top line data. So if you ignore the groups, we're just looking at overall, which is the first. Well, I think the big insights here are that almost 100% of the folks in this room agree that AI makes it easier to create disinformation at scale, and verification of accuracy, truthfulness, and provenance of AI-produced content is difficult. Other things were more divisive. And I don't think I saw additional concern comments, but if anyone in the room wants to share a particular concern on the mic.
Yeah, did anyone enter a new concern that wasn't already ready to be voted on? Raise your hand if you did. I know there's a lot of fast typists in there. I saw you working the document before.
Nate, I think there's a couple raised hands on the side of the room that you probably can't see on camera.
Yeah, we can't see everybody. If you want to step up to the mic, or I don't know if the mic comes to you. It's a little bit like playing a remote video game because we have a limited viewpoint.
Okay, I typed in a concern, and my concern is that we are probably a handful of big tech AI companies, and that they are gonna monopolize the commons. So it leads to more inequality in income and in wealth.
Yeah, that's interesting. So there's sort of like an effect of the consolidation of this tool among certain companies that will then have other social effects.
Yeah, and I added
And you actually entered that in. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you were finishing a sentence. It wasn't clear that you were still talking. Sorry.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, so I added an additional concern related to the environmental impact. What we're usually seeing in the sphere of digitization is that we're seeing an acceleration of not necessarily sustainable patterns of resource use.
Another good one. Was there was there also someone else who had entered additional concerns? And we can't.
Yes. Okay. So I actually do see more. And if folks, you know, if we have a couple more minutes, Nate, folks
Sure.
go back to the link and you'll see everyone's new comments in there, and you can vote again.
Nice. So the poll now includes comments that people have added in the room.
Yeah, and if you use this same link, same phone, you shouldn't see things that you've already voted on.
Nice. I see 21 possible topics to vote on. Here's one that I didn't see. I suspect a push for greater copyright control would eventually be appropriated and exploited by big companies. Well, we've never seen big companies exploit copyright before. That was a little joke. I'm here all week. So we appreciate your participating with this tool. This is a relatively new experiment for us. We're trying to figure out if this tool would be an effective way to lead a group of people like y'all through a process like this.
Yes, and another cool insight that I'll share with folks is how divisive is this conversation more broadly. And we can see statements that are most consensus to most divisive. So the most consensus statement we have is still the verification of accuracy and truthfulness is difficult. There are here we have folks who are concerned about human rights implications. That was also a pretty consensus statement. And then here on the most divisive side, we have AI is developing too fast and its impact is unclear, most divisive. And then similarly, AI can negatively impact the education of the student, also most divisive. So meaning more people voted both agree and disagree on this statement.
That's interesting. Yeah, and I guess the way that particular statement is phrased, like I could see answering it both ways myself, because like I believe that AI could impact education negatively, but I also could see positive uses of AI in education. And so I could see answering that either way.
And then here another one related to Creative Commons. AI can use an artist's work without explicit permission or knowledge. Also a more divisive statement than others as well.
Yeah, sort of tilted from halfway in the middle to over toward the divisive side a little bit. Very interesting. Well, so one of the things that we were thinking to try to do here while we're still in the room is, after having done this exercise that we just did in order to understand what people's concerns were and sort of how they were ranking them, we realize and understand that we're not going to be able to maybe address everything all at once. And so as a community, we should probably prioritize and think about how we might focus our efforts on those things that we think are important to change and those things that we think that we can have an effect on. And so I'm wondering, Shannon, what you think based on the data, which is a very limited data set that we have, but based on the data that we have here today, is there a particular concern that's rising to the top? And I know you just showed us the in the consensus chart there, the one that everybody agreed on the most was that the provenance one or the?
It was AI makes it easier to create disinformation at scale, and verification of accuracy, truthfulness, and provenance of AI produced content is difficult.
Right. So sort of the disinformation, what I call the disinformation idea, and the we could call it the like provenance idea. And so we were thinking for the rest of the time that we have, which is about just a little over 15 minutes, we were thinking that as a group, we might pick at least one of these, but we could pick two maybe, and focus in on what kinds of things that we could do to have some sort of effect on shaping these concerns to have a better outcome. And for that, I want to turn back actually to the collaborative document that we had set up. I'll just bring it back up here on screen again. Make it as big as possible. And so you'll see in the doc, if you scroll down from where we were before, now that I've gotten rid of that error message, we have this spot to think about how we could shape issues around this concern for the better. And I want to just pause for a minute before we get involved in that, and just if I can get to the right slide here, and just give people a moment to think about all the different ways that one could try to make an intervention in something around AI, like an AI effect. And so in the previous workshops that we've held about this before, a lot of the interventions have circled around these different ideas. So making technical interventions, standards interventions, practices interventions, regulation or policy interventions, cultural interventions, or educational interventions. And you can see on this slide, we've given some examples of different versions of these. But if we were going to settle in on one of these concerns that we have in the room that we all agree on. So for example, Shannon, do you have this document open, the Etherpad? Would it be easy for you to copy and paste the text of that disinformation concern right here where it says TBD? Thumbs up. I'm thinking that we might pick this one to focus in on. And if we're all focused together as a community on this issue of AI creating disinformation at scale, we could start to think about specific interventions that we might be able to make to actually shape this for the better. And so going back to that list that I was talking about before, right? Technical, standards, practices, regulation, cultural interventions, and education are some examples, but there might be others as well. So I see we've already got somebody typing in an idea about education. So we already live in a world, right, where disinformation happens at a pretty high scale already. And the concern here, I think that we all share, 100% of the respondents say that AI is going to make this happen more and faster. So I see people are busily typing away. Love it. Ooh, Wikimedia Foundation is developing something. I like the sound of that already. If you need a new spot to type, you can enter into somebody's line and just at the beginning or at the end and just hit a return, and you should be able to get a new line. I'm afraid to touch it because I'll interrupt somebody. I'm wondering about somebody typed in here research infrastructure to test is happening. I'm wondering, would that person be willing to step up to the mic in the room and talk a little bit more about what you meant there?
Yes, that was me. Amanda Lawrence, I'm working at a research centre in Melbourne or Australia that's looking at, say, a sandbox environment where you might be able to take the LLMs and and test them, like test the prompts, test what you get, test how, what kind of results you get. Also, another idea is a test environment or a cyber range so that you can actually model what misinformation comes through, and it's whether people are able to recognise the difference. Does media literacy work if we can't actually tell the difference, and what kinds of things are flowing through. So just one of the ideas is observability. The companies probably aren't going to give us transparency necessarily, or they may give a certain element. So what do we need in order to actually be able to observe and understand what's going on, more than just at a front-facing level?
Right, so sort of step back from the consumer interface and bring on maybe a more measured look at it. I like that idea. What about this idea of number three? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, in order to make regulations, you need to be able to know what is actually happening that you're trying to regulate. So often we're kind of making regulations in that black box environment. So yeah, it has flow-on implications for many of the other kinds of solutions that you'd want to actually do, because there also can be a tendency to sort of assume that terrible things are happening when maybe they're not.
Yeah, and we have seen examples of legislators making laws before they really know what they're doing, right? What about this? I see number 3, highlight and reinforce Wikimedia projects as a human-generated reference. That sounds kind of intriguing. Would the person who typed that in be willing to step up and talk about it a little bit? I see someone moving toward the mic.
Hi, this is Susanna Ones. I'm Avoin Glamour Creative Commons Finland. Hi,
Susanna.
Hi. I've been thinking about this, and I see a very central role for Wikimedia projects, and I see more importance and maybe more demands for the projects in order to fill that place in the center, to a reference whenever everything else is synthesized or artificially created. When there is something that is purely based on third-party references, yeah. So it would mean that
I think I understand.
Yeah, but it would also mean that it would become a requirement for the content not to be synthesized on Wikimedia projects.
Right, so it would be very important in this case then to maintain Wikimedia projects as kind of centers for human-generated work, sort of to stand in opposition to the synthetic work that was also happening from large language models, right?
Yep.
That makes sense. I wonder if that would connect at all to this number 4 item here. WMF is developing a framework for evaluating AI ML tools early in their development to help mitigate human rights related risks. Would that person be willing to step up and maybe connect Susanna's idea? Is it important in this context that Wikimedia Foundation works maintain that sort of human-centric quality? I see someone moving toward the mic.
Hello, my name is Ricky Gaines. I work at the Wikimedia Foundation on human rights issues. Right now, one of the efforts that I'm working on with a number of teams is to develop some frameworks for evaluating AI machine learning tools that are being developed within the foundation early on in their development to better understand the implications, both positive and negative, they could have on human rights, including the propagation of bias and knowledge inequity, as well as the propagation of disinformation. And so this is a long-term effort that we are working on because we think that the tools supporting our projects can have a very human impact on the people that rely on them and the people that are impacted by them. And there's something really unique about all of the information that we are generating on Wikimedia projects being generated by humans. But that content is also not free of bias. And so we're trying to, it's both a great thing that it's human generated, but it's also a limitation that we need to take into account. But we're excited about this work. And if you'd like to talk more, learn how to get involved, please feel free to talk to me. My email address is also in the Etherpad.
Awesome. Probably up here near the top where people were introducing themselves. That's great. Well, I've been sort of hogging the mic. Shannon, was there anything else here that really called out to you? Or if there's someone in the room who particularly wanted a chance to talk more about what they'd written in? I like this idea of supporting volunteers. For things to be human, we need humans, right? I always say when we know that the one thing that we can add that will help is more humans, then it's pretty easy to do. We can just add more humans and it works.
I'm curious about number 13, advocate for openness and freedom in developing the AI landscape, where a lot of folks are not yet aware of the history and problems. I would be curious on how you would make folks more aware, and maybe if you can explore more on what that looks like, freedom in developing the AI landscape.
Yeah, I'm the person who
wrote this. I can address directly. So there's a really interesting moment where there's more and more open source models. I gave this example there, right? Just to explain, Falcon, for example, is an open source model which had a very restrictive license in the first, when it was released, via Hugging Face, which many may know is a large platform for open reuse of the presented as open source AI. And they did not seem to be aware of the distinction between, a source available where you can just look at a source but not actually use it yourself, and totally free reuse. And several people reached out to them, right, for some Twitter comments, etc. And they actually changed their license, so it's fully, I think, MIT license. So that's a small example, and a lot of people, even at Hugging Face, right, which again present themselves as the open source stalwart in AI, do not know this history, do not know what is an open source license, should it be commercially usable. There was also an interesting discussion about the Creative Commons NC licenses. So not to go into much detail, but I think from my observation, there's a lot of opportunity for us and you guys at Creative Commons to come in, and you're doing this already, I guess, to really tell people about history, and if you do this, then it has this, excludes this kinds of people, etc. So I really encourage people to go into the spaces, these AI spaces, and advocate or educate, so to speak.
Interesting. And I wonder, is there a tension there between software licenses and content licenses like Creative Commons that both might come into play in something like that?
So I don't know what relies the mic, but of course there's a difference, right? I mentioned software license because it speaks to the monopolization concerns that we've been seeing here. But if you open source AI, then you counterbalance these big players. But yeah, there's also some discussion about if you release a model, right, you release the weights. It's not quite code, it's not quite content. I think there's some confusion which is this, and there's also been some releases, I think, that used Creative Commons NC, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, that's why it's in between these, I think, between code and content, and between, I guess, Creative Commons and OSI, the open source initiative, which is also weighing in this discussion now, where they're telling Facebook and Meta, hey, this is not an open source license, you should not use this term, when they released this model last month, and I guess, but there's also use of Creative Commons license, so there's also opportunity for you folks, I guess.
Great point. Thanks for bringing that up. And Hey, we're just about to close up here because I know the session's about to end in a couple minutes. I wanted to call out to Kat Walsh, who's there in the room from Creative Commons. Is there anything that you wanted to draw our attention to, since you actually can see the room better than we can? If you're still there, Kat,
I'm still
you
here.
can
No.
just wave me off. Okay.
No, nothing in particular, except that I want to reiterate the plug to look at the Movement for a Better Internet website and join it, because we are looking to expand the scope of people who are participating from different perspectives and movements.
Yeah, thanks for that. And so if you didn't already, there's obviously a link both in the Etherpad and in the slides, which you can both have access to. And I really want to thank everybody in the room for participating in what was definitely a kind of experiment in, first of all, this kind of hybrid mode where the presenters are far away and you all are in the room. And secondly, this bringing together both this tool Polis and the Etherpad and live conversation as well. So thank you all for your patience and actually your fortitude and really bringing a lot to it. Shannon, anything you wanted to draw out from the data that we collected or anything before we go?
No, thank you so much for participating.
All right. Well, if nobody has further remarks there, maybe we'll let you go and end on time for once at a session. Really appreciate it. I hope you have a really great lunch, which I think is the next thing coming up, probably there at Wikimania, and wish we were there with you.
Thanks for coming to the session. Thanks for waiting. I have a mistake on the hour. So Monica's here, Butch is here, and I'm just only the moderator of this session that it's called The Challenges in the Volunteer Committees. You know, our movement since their inception is built about voluntary committees that are usually doing tasks that relies on their skills, their free time, volunteer time. So I want first to introduce Ana Torres Adel, who is the Executive Director of Wikimania Argentina. Thank you. Next, Mónica Bonilla, who is the Executive Director of Wikimedia Colombia. And Butch Bostria, who is the lead of this great conference. Great conference. They are member also of, in the past, and actually part of many volunteer committees. So yeah, this is a reflection about some situations that we are facing as volunteers, and in addition as a persons who are leading efforts who are not exactly always in the route that we want, of course. But this is a dialogue. If you want to share feelings, concerns that you have, the mic is open. But I will give first a round of questions to our panelists. And Monica will talk in Spanish, so I can translate you if you want, or... Okay. Okay, the first question, Anna, if you want to start, is from your personal experience, what has it been like to serve in a volunteer committee? What's your experience serving in a committee?
Okay, I'm wearing two hats today because I'm also a paid staff in Wikimedia Argentina, but I've been lucky enough to also be part of different committees in the movement. I think that we are going to talk about the challenges. There are many, but on the good side of being part of committees, I think that for me, the biggest, how to say, but the biggest thing that has given to me being part of committees, volunteer committees in this movement is the connections, right? I mean, I think that when you belong to a committee, you connect with other peers beyond your country and beyond the region, and it allows you to understand what others are doing in different parts of the world, even though time zones sometimes are challenging. But yes, in my personal experience, the biggest, again, experience that I had was with the strategy committees. I've been part of the strategy process, or I was part of the strategy process for almost 4 years. And again, this idea of this, this idea of connecting with others, knowing others from around the movement, I think is the best thing it came out from the committees for me. I don't know, I pass it to...
Sure. Always I've seen Butch at the night when it's my morning, so that's very challenging. But
yeah, the challenge of the time zone, because not just with the Wikimania steering committee, also with the other committees that I have, I think I could not count the number of hats here. We're from movement strategy, regional grants committees, Wikimania steering committee, core organizing team, ESIAP organizing ESIAP team. So it's a hard balance, because if you are really engaged with people, you have to make sure that you see their time zone, their commitments, if they are handling another commitment on their affiliate or within their volunteer roles, of course their day jobs as well, family. So it's a complex process. But for instance, for ECAP alone, I think on the 5th or 6th meeting, we're able to perfect the time zone already because we have to balance the people from Myanmar with the people from New Zealand. So it's a large time zone, but if in case there's a panelist like Anna, who is in Argentina, so that added another complexity on the equation.
And Mónica, what can you share us about this?
Bueno, pues sí, los comités de voluntarios y voluntarias son un desafío, creo que en cualquier escenario. Sin embargo, me parece que es un espacio en el que realmente como movimiento le damos voz a muchas perspectivas para poder construir juntos y juntas de acuerdo a las necesidades, a los intereses, de acuerdo a los mismos objetivos que tienen los eventos. La más reciente experiencia que tenemos desde Colombia en relación a los comités de voluntarios y voluntarias, pues justamente fue la experiencia de IberoConf 2023, en donde tuvimos, no sé, como 4 comités diferentes con personas, difícil en relación al tema de toma de decisiones, pero al final cuando construimos juntos y juntas, pues es mucho más cercano a lo que realmente necesitamos y no va en una sola dirección, sino que es multidireccional las construcciones que tenemos ahí.
Let me see if I can translate that. She said that, yeah, the committees might have some challenges, but they also, how to say, they're good. Like, yeah, I mean, what you can get from them are like a good experience, and the best experience or the last experience that they had was IberoConf 2023, where he worked with 4 committees, and some of the challenges are mainly around decision making. When you have a committee with volunteers that they bring different perspectives, decision making processes might be challenging, but they also make the event like stronger, right? So I think I summarize it well.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
looking at the Spanish-speaking people.
And talking about the common force that are ensured by the composition of many persons of the movement, what do you think about the composition? We are granting equity in the composition of the bodies of the movement, actually? What can you say about it?
Oh, God. This is a very difficult question. I think that my answer is no. I mean, I'm not sure that we are getting there yet. I think that belonging to a committee depends on a lot of things. And as the societies are built today, women are still, I don't know, having 2 or 3 works, not many free time. Yeah, good. Yeah, makes more sense. No many free time. I mean, taking care of the kids, taking care of the house. I mean, we have seen it a lot during the pandemic. Yes. I mean, the pandemic, of course, has hit us, everybody, but not equally. I think that we have been hit more, right? So I think that we still have a lot of work to do regarding reaching equality in committees. I think that at least this question is on the agenda, and maybe some years ago it wasn't even on the agenda. So I'm happy to see that we are questioning and opening, right, this kind of discussions. But we have to do things about it. I remember when some women of the movement asked for quotas, that it was like unknown, right? I mean, I remember that it was a huge pushback. No, quotas, no, because yeah, it goes against democracy. I remember that. There's a lot of experiences around the world where quotas, in fact, have strengthened the democracies, right? So I think that there's a lot of things that need to be addressed regarding this issue, and we are not yet there. So my answer is no.
Okay, so for the steering committee of Wikimania, actually I was only brought into the steering committee in the middle of the pandemic because they are looking for a person who is best, who would describe on the next host. But unexpectedly, when it was moved from Bangkok to Singapore, the question of visas came into the picture, and the best person who could explain that are those who are struggling in applying for visas. So the only best person who could explain that is either me or Ivan, but sometimes Ivan is not present. Sorry. So that got adds a complexity because the rest of the composition of the steering committee are technically from the OECD countries, so or those who are also in the global north. So we were already exploring that possibility to review the composition of the Wikimania steering committee, to have voices from other communities and also subject matter experts in their respective fields in decision making in the future of Wikimania, which happened a few minutes ago. Another thing that I would like to also mention is why you now see there's a regional grant committees, because what you see right now is, let's say, a grant application from Argentina cannot be reviewed a person from Indonesia. They don't know the context or how they operate. So that's why the composition of the ones giving grants is coming from, moved from global to a regional setup. So that's how we see right now. But for the other committees, so probably we could explore and collaborate with the other committees like AFCOM and other committees, and how we could do that shape up. For ESIAP, it's quite complex. We have a tense discussion already last Tuesday, but applying the we are Asians, and we have and also from the Pacific, so we used logic and math on determining the composition and of diversity of the council that we're trying to do. Thank you.
Bueno, yo también voy a hablar del Comité de Programas de Latinoamérica y el Caribe, y en relación a esto creo que la composición también debería integrar cuestiones como la equidad de género, participación también en la toma de decisiones de los recursos. Hay otro tema que también me parece muy importante, y es conocer las condiciones locales. Entonces, para el caso de Colombia, pues alguien que evalúe las propuestas o las solicitudes de Colombia debería tener mucha más cercanía a lo que hacemos, a nuestras identidades. Y bueno, pues creo que el Comité para Latinoamérica y el Caribe ha ido cambiando, y pues hemos visto cambios que justo están un poco alineados a esto. Y otro tema que también me parece bien importante ahí en relación a cómo deberían mejorarse los procesos es el tema de las revisiones. Pero para estas revisiones me parece importante que deberían estar tanto personas que conocen y que son históricos en el movimiento, como personas nuevas también, pues por lo mismo, ¿no? Como para poder tener varias perspectivas, sin dejar de lado y sin sopesar alguno de los dos puntos.
Monica is saying that in her experience, the committees in Latin America and the Caribbean area is now turning to join people that are not exactly from the region, or that are not people who knows the local context of the countries that are being evaluated by the committees. So she's suggesting that maybe the actual composition of the committees need to involve more people, veteran people, and local people that can know the reality of the countries that will be the will have grants deployed by the Wikimania Foundation, I think. Yeah. Okay, thank you for your experience, and I think in our movement, the composition of actually the composition of the committees or movement in general is characterized by high standards of transparency and accountability. We are committed with that. Do you think that the current model or the current composition of the mechanism of the committees are ensuring accountability and transparency?
You mean the committees, like the regional committees, for example? Okay, I'm going to focus on that because she already brought it here. No, I'm the Mrs. No today. No, I think that we are confused. I mean, I think that the strategy, the 30-20 strategy, brought us a lot of information about which movement we want to see in the future, right? It was a strategy, just to remember everybody who's here that might not be involved in the process. I think that was a strategy that involved a lot of communities around the movement, that was done in a very collaborative way. Of course, we missed voices, and of course, we could have done it better, because all processes could be done better, right? I mean, there's nothing perfect. But at the end, I think that we had some recommendations that were agreed by a lot of people in the movement and ratified, blah, blah. And one of the principles that was on those recommendations was the decentralization principle, which we have heard a lot. But I think that we are confusing, I don't know the word, but yeah, the idea of regionalization and decentralization is not the same, right? I think that what is happening today with these committees in particular is, of course, the Wikimedia Foundation trying to apply these recommendations and, I don't know, making sure that, yeah, that there are more people in our local context that know what, I mean, that evaluate our processes and evaluate our grants, but it's a top-down process. I mean, in the recommendation, I think it was very clear, said that everything that affects the communities should be asked to the communities. I think that maybe it could have taken us longer to decide which kind of process we wanted to have in Latin America or in the rest of the world, because for me, not all solutions fit everybody, everywhere. But what we have now is a process that was set up by the Wikimedia Foundation that affects us directly to us, with people volunteering in committees, which I respect a lot. I respect a lot the work that the volunteers do. But at least in Latin America, at some point has been a little bit challenging as well. How we connect with this committee, how can we know each other in those committees, hasn't been easy. So for me, it was a little bit disappointed because I think we had a very unique opportunity to really start doing things differently. Again, building from bottom up. And my fear is that by regionalizing, we are thinking that we are really decentralizing. And for me, are really different things. So that's my perspective.
The matter of reporting to the community versus keeping it for the community it's a really complex process, especially if it involves legal constraints. For instance, if we throw out an announcement or particular information prematurely, and it will be more difficult to retract it if we found a possible legal repercussion, or if there is the information is still need to be verified. So it's best that it is a calculated risk. If it is already ready, that the information is no longer at risk, or it is already have sufficient information backed by data, then by all means, we have to report it to the community. There's nothing for us to withhold such information within the committee level. Yeah, that's what I foresee for now. We're very open and transparent in giving reports, but just give us enough time when it will be released, if it is ready.
Bueno, en relación a la transparencia, tenemos una herramienta en el movimiento que es Meta, que nos permite un poco conocer en detalle el tema de recursos, la toma de decisiones. Creo que no es totalmente o no está completamente transparente todo el proceso, pero que se han hecho muchos cambios y creo que deberíamos seguir insistiendo en el ejercicio de poder visibilizar pues lo que estemos haciendo. Entonces, de nuevo me regreso al caso de IberoConf. Nosotros y nosotras desde Wikimedia Colombia, justamente como un ejercicio de contarle a otras personas y de ser transparentes en cómo se tomaron decisiones respecto a becas o a los recursos. Y pues no es solo un mensaje para las comunidades que estuvimos ahí, sino también para la fundación, porque pues es necesario y nuestro movimiento es abierto, colaborativo y transparente, y bajo la transparencia es que se construyen bases. Ahora, creo que también deberíamos invertir mucho en el tema de documentación de procesos, de retroalimentación, tener espacios de retroalimentación. Y bueno, esto de la retroalimentación no se ha dado tampoco por completo porque, bueno, tiempo, recursos, poner de acuerdo a las personas, pero también quería destacar que estaba en el pasillo y escuché que estaban hablando de haber puesto pública la lista de personas de becas que se habían recibido para Wikimania, para esta Wikimania, y también los argumentos para dar o no becas, y creo que eso también es un ejercicio de transparencia y pues que deberíamos seguir replicando este tipo de prácticas.
Monica is saying that actually Meta have a lot of details about the processes that the grants are given, that you can find many details, but it's not sufficient about the processes actually. Secondly, she said that she was part of the organization, or was the main organization of IberoConf, the regional conference of IberoCop initiative. And in that sense, the report that she made and her team made was not for the communities involved in the process or the conference, was for the foundation, also for the movement that is public. The report about how the scholarships was decided, how the resources was chosen, or the decision-making process of the conference, of the general conference. And third, it was that she heard in the corridors people talking about the publication or the publishing of the list or the full list of the persons who received the scholarship to attend Wikimania this time, and also the criteria and the reasons why that person received a scholarship, and she insists that practice need to be replicated and need to be repeated year by year, right? Okay, so yeah, we are in a tricky conversation when we talk about transparency, because every country, every region have a different historical trajectory or a different understanding of transparency means, no? But talking about changes, I heard that it's not sufficient. The actual compositions of the volunteer committees. I don't know if I heard well, Anna, but maybe there's a sort of intervention of the Wikimedia Foundation in the mechanisms of the committees?
That's a very hard word, big word. No, what I would say is that, again, back to my words, I think that we had a unique opportunity to build, I mean, it's happening, right? That we have the Movement Charter Committee working, and probably we will know better what's the Global Council and how it works. And yes, and this Movement Charter Committee is a community committee, are volunteers, right? I think that what I feel is that when distributing the funds in the regions, I think that we missed an opportunity. That's my feeling today. Like, I think that we had the chance to build something more bottom-up, and finally has been more top-down. And I was a little bit disappointed by that. Not because of the people who is on the committee, not because of the response or how they evaluate it, not the processes. Of course, every region is different. I'm talking on behalf of my experience in the Latin American region. But because I feel that we missed this opportunity to, okay, sit down together and say, okay, how we want the movement to distribute the funds from now on. How, I mean, through what mechanisms, through what processes. I understand that we need it, once we had the recommendations, we need to implement those recommendations, but it took us 4 years to build the strategy. I think that we could have waited, I don't know, 1 more year or half a year to discuss this. That was very important, and it's directly affecting the communities at the local level. I think that, again, bringing the recommendations and the values in the recommendation, this idea of subsidiarity, that is also a very strange word for a lot of languages, but it means taking into account the communities that are directly affected by, a decision. I think that we missed the opportunity to build something involving more actively the communities. I know that the grants department have done a great job. They work a lot on I mean, they created, I remember, like design sessions where I was there. So the intention was there, but I think that we missed a little bit more, again, the opportunity to build something more bottom-up and more, I don't know how to say it, that would address better the needs of the communities. That's my feeling. Because what we have now is, again, it's great, but for those who have been around the movement for a long time, it reminds me a lot of the FDC. I mean, it's kind of, right? We replicated the same committee, but of course, much better, because now I can speak Spanish, I can write it in Spanish, they evaluate me in Spanish, so that's amazing. That's something I couldn't do. Like 10 years ago, it was impossible. It was an idea that it was not even on the table, right? So I think that we have advanced a lot, but yes, I don't think we are yet there to, at least in that particular committee. I'm not talking to the rest of the committees in the movement, but for the regional committees, I think that we could have done it better. That's my perspective.
Probably in the Wikimania steering committee is somewhat loose compared to that I have experience with the regional grant committees. So sometimes it's hard to toggle my mind from one committee to another. The regional grants committees is somewhat complex, but what we do in ECIAP, we are trying to engage also with the other regional grant committees, our best practices, so that everything is synced together, because we have regional grant committees, there's local context on everyone, but we need to make sure that we have a unified process. Like, for instance, we need a proper feedback mechanism so that we ensure that the grantee will be able to get a very good grant, rather than we just do a binary selection, like approve, disapprove. In terms of the, while we are in the Wikimania steering committee, they are actually allowed ECIAP to decide on the fate of Singapore, because basically, if for transparency reasons, this is the first time that I will tell publicly that the steering committee, when Bangkok backed out, we actually have directly consulted with the steering committee what will be the next step, and they allowed us some freedom on what will be the determination. And we used the ECAP virtual meeting and surveyed all our countries, and they all agreed to host Wikimania if in case it was decided in another country, except Hong Kong, and because they were in a turmoil at that time. So, but what we did is we did like somewhat an Olympic bid already, that we have two or three rounds of selection. We base it on hard data, like how many percent this particular group is at risk if it is in this country, how many percent at risk is this country will do if it is in a visa process. So after that, it ends up with the final number. Okay, we got this country to select Wikimania, and then it was forwarded to the steering committee. We just give. Sorry, I'm toggling from ECAP to steering committee, but from on the ECAP perspective, we want some formality from the steering committee if they accede to our decision, and they have agreed to overwhelmingly to agree to get Singapore. So in future conferences, we try to apply that, but of course it depends on the local context. So we cannot force a certain region like Latin America to do the same process as ours. So it really depends on the local community or the local grouping if what will be the best suit on their side.
Bueno, ya hablaron de retroalimentación y también de el tema de recursos, pero bueno, transparencia y rendición de cuentas no son lo único, sino que también deberíamos tener, bueno, y en el caso de los comités de si están funcionando o no, si hemos tenido muchos avances, el idioma, la documentación. Cuando recuerdo que hicimos desde Wikimedia Colombia la primera solicitud de grants, no sabíamos quiénes estaban evaluando ni cuáles eran los parámetros, y ahora ya conocemos al grupo de personas. No estoy segura que tengamos claridad de todos los parámetros que se tienen en cuenta para la evaluación de las solicitudes, y creo que eso pues es necesario. Pero también tenemos que hablar pues de gobernanza, ¿no? De cómo se toman las decisiones, de cuál es la lógica, si son los intereses de las comunidades o si estamos alineadas las comunidades o no con los intereses de la fundación, y el tema de cómo se distribuyen los recursos. Y creo que pues hay una situación de desconfianza en la toma de decisiones, y entonces estaría muy bien tener espacios para poder hablar también con la fundación y construir y preguntar y recibir retroalimentación, pero también reunirnos con los comités que evalúan las propuestas que hacemos. Para el caso, por ejemplo, de Wikimedia Colombia, también hemos hecho construcciones de programas para solicitar grants, en donde hemos integrado las voces de las personas voluntarias en el país, y esto es muy significativo. Y también hoy hablábamos mucho del tema de los indicadores, y creo que eso también es muy importante, que construir una comunidad es mucho más difícil que crear artículos en Wikipedia. Y eso también pues debería integrarse, y no es muy claro aún, pero creo que deberíamos tener espacios para poder, al menos para que el comité funcione mucho mejor.
Monica said that she recognizes all the things that has changed the last years about language, about the decision-making process, that it's more open maybe, but it's not sufficient because we need to have more clarity about how the decision is taken inside the committees and the composition of the committees, and be more clear about the decision-making process is not the same, that transparency and accountability is not the same, but we need also more, what did you say? talk about governance, no? Have a discussion about governance inside the volunteer committees. So we're approaching now to the lunch. We have, I think, space for 2 questions of interventions because we have 7 minutes. So if you want to, the microphone is over there.
Pues a propósito de gobernanza, mi pregunta es para todas y todos, pero especialmente para Mónica. ¿Qué podemos hacer para hacer posible de hablar su propio idioma, especialmente cuando no se habla inglés, en un comité de voluntarios de gobernanza mundial? ¿Cuáles son las buenas prácticas? In English now. So my question is for all, but especially for Monica. What we can do to ensure that you can speak your own language, especially if you don't speak specifically English, to participate in the committees for global governance of the movement. What could be the good practices? Thank you.
I can go first. Okay, I think that is a very difficult question and we don't have an answer, but I would say that you need political commitment for it. I mean, it's a commitment as well, and we need political commitment and resources. When you have a political commitment, it's like when you create a policy in a government, right? You need to resource that policy to make it happen. I think that is what we need in the movement. I think that, again, I'm old enough in this movement to have gone through, I don't know, conference where English was the only language. I mean, you could only speak in English, and now we are advancing. Again, reporting in your own language for me was a change, a huge change for Wikimedia Argentina, and also for me because nobody knew, but I did three kinds of reports in Spanish, then I had to translate it in English, and then translate it to code, because it was on Meta, right? So for me, it was like 1 month reporting just to submit it. But I think it's, we need a political commitment. We need yeah, I don't know who to ask in the foundation because of the board of trustees, not even the executives in the foundation, should be from the board of trustees to say, okay, from now ongoing, we will, I don't know, at least the 8 main languages or everybody could speak in their own languages. And for that, you need resources. That's my feeling. I mean, if I look at how the General Assembly of the United Nations happens, you have like 100 translators behind the Congress women and men translating what is said. Everybody is more intelligent in their own language. I'm more intelligent in Spanish, I can promise to all you. I mean, by far I'm more smart in Spanish. So I think it's, again, we as volunteers and community keep asking. I think, again, we have advanced a lot, but ask for this political commitment and resource that political commitment.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm always looking at the time. I also have to apply my hat as lead organizer. I also already see Rosie there. So a quick answer. We send a bill of materials or requirements to the foundation. We need this, we need that. We need a translator. We need not just a translator to live translate, we also need a translator to translate documents. We don't want it to a burden to a purely volunteer, and then that's it. And then Anna already said it well. I think we're out of time.
Sí, yo iba a decir que hablar en español es en mi caso es una decisión política también. Y pues creo que también necesitamos entender que nos va a tomar mucho más tiempo, recursos y esfuerzos, porque también el tema de la comunicación es un tema de inclusión. Y pues porque seguimos teniendo espacios de discusión en inglés, pero pues también estamos aquí presentes hablando español y diciendo como, oigan, somos un movimiento multilingüe y necesitamos reflexionar también un poco más sobre esto.
Monica said that the willing of talking Spanish is a political decision by her, and language, using your own language is also a political decision. And we have actually more needs about inclusion because talking your own language is a sort of inclusion that it's very important to consider, and we need to work in that. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your opinions. Thanks everyone for being here. The conversation continues in the lunch, of course. Especially thanks to Botch that is in the middle of a storm. He is talking here with us. Thank you so much, Anna, Monica, Botch. Thank you.
Mic test. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Just want to make an announcement to remind all of you that closing ceremony will be happening at 4:45 at room 401, 402, upstairs just above us. I repeat, closing ceremony will be happening at Suntec 4:45, 401, 402 room. Thank you so much, everyone.
Welcome, everyone, to the annual Wiki Women Lunch. I have goosebumps just saying that. So I am not the historian of Wiki Women Lunch. It is Florence. You might have heard her speak a couple of days ago about it, but she is in another lunch, so unfortunately she can't make it, and you've got me to introduce what we're going to be doing today. There are still people getting their lunch and bringing it in, but we're going to start in the interest of time because we have people who need to shift from here to go somewhere else. So without delay, what I'd like to do is introduce our first speaker, Yal, who is somewhere here. There she is. Yal, come on up and say a few words. Thank you.